The owl arrived just as Harry was helping Teddy with his transfiguration homework, or rather, trying to convince his godson that turning teacups into toads required more than simply imagining them hopping. "But that's how it feels when I do Wandmaker stuff," Teddy protested, his hair shifting from sandy brown to an indignant copper. "I just think about it, and it happens." "That's different," Harry said, reaching for the tawny owl now tapping insistently at the kitchen window. Wandmaker's ability is innate. Transfiguration is disciplined magic. McGonagall would have my head if I let you develop sloppy habits before you even get to Hogwarts. Teddy wrinkled his nose, but bent back over his summer preparatory book. Andromeda insisted he get a head start, while Harry unrolled the parchment. The handwriting was spidery, elegant, and immediately recognizable. "Mr. Potter, I find myself in need of assistance with a delicate matter. Not an aura matter, I think, but something requiring someone the wands remember. Would you be so kind as to visit the shop this evening after closing? I would not ask if it were not important. Respectfully, G. Ollivander Harry read it twice. In all the years since the war, Ollivander had sent him precisely 3 letters. One thanking him for his rescue from Malfoy Manor, one asking his opinion on wand registration reforms, and one brief note of congratulation when Teddy was born. The Wandmaker was not given to casual correspondence. "Everything all right?" Teddy asked, looking up with eyes that had gone sharp and dark. Tonks's eyes when she was being observant. "Probably," Harry said, though something in his chest had tightened slightly. "How do you feel about visiting Diagon Alley this evening?" Teddy's entire face brightened, hair flashing to sunshine yellow. "Really? Can we get ice cream at Fortescue's?" "After," Harry promised. "We need to see Mr. Ollivander first." Diagon Alley in the late evening had a quality Harry had always loved. The shops closing, the crowds thinning, the cobblestones still warm from the day's sun. Flourish and Blots was dimming its lights. The apothecary's neon advertisements for premium bezoars flickered off one by one. Even Weasley's Wizard Wheezes had finally gone quiet, though Harry could see George moving through the darkened shop, restocking shelves in the methodical way he worked when he wanted to think. Ollivander stood narrow and dignified between a shop selling ceremonial cauldrons and one offering owl treats in 17 flavors. The gold lettering had been repainted since the war, makers of fine wands since 382 BC. The window display held a single wand on purple velvet, spotlit like a jewel. Harry tried the door. Locked. He knocked gently. For a moment, nothing. Then the lock clicked and the door opened inward, and Ollivander stood there, looking more fragile than Harry remembered, thinner, older, the lamplight catching on white hair that seemed even more gossamer than before. But the pale eyes were sharp as ever. "Mr. Potter," Ollivander said softly, "and young Mr. Lupin, how you've grown." Teddy, who had been bouncing on his toes, suddenly went still and rather shy. There was something about Ollivander that made people quiet, Harry thought. Not from fear exactly, but from the sense that you were in the presence of someone who saw more than you wanted to show. "Come in, please. Mind the step. The wood swells in summer." They entered, and Harry felt the familiar sensation wash over him. The smell of wood and dust, and something else. Something he'd never quite identified. Magic, perhaps, or time. The shop felt larger on the inside, stretching back into shadows where thousands of narrow boxes climbed toward a ceiling lost in dimness. A single lamp burned on the counter, casting everything in warm amber. "I've sent my assistant home," Ollivander said, gesturing toward two chairs that Harry suspected had been conjured specifically for this meeting. "This matter is delicate." "What's happened?" Harry asked, settling into his chair while Teddy perched on his, eyes enormous and roving across the walls of wands. Ollivander moved behind his counter with careful steps, then paused. His fingers drummed once against the worn wood, the only nervous gesture Harry had ever seen from him. "Mr. Potter, in all my years of wand-making, I have created approximately 73,416 wands. I remember each one." He said it simply, matter-of-factly. "I remember their woods, their cores, their lengths and flexibilities. I remember who bought them and how the match felt, whether it was obvious or surprising, whether the wand seemed pleased or merely resigned." Teddy was listening with the intensity of someone hearing a fairy tale. Harry waited. "But in addition to those 73,000 wands," Ollivander continued, "I have created perhaps 200 experimental pieces over the decades, prototypes, tests, wands, exploring questions of theory, rather than seeking matches." He paused. "I keep them separate. Hidden, in fact, in compartments built by my grandfather, protected by locks that respond only to Wandmaker's touch." The past tense wasn't lost on Harry. "Kept?" "Come," Ollivander said. He led them deeper into the shop, past the counter, and through a doorway Harry had never noticed before, the kind that seemed to be part of the wall until you knew to look for it. The back room was smaller, stuffed with workbenches and tools, thin blades for carving, pots of what smelled like resin, bundles of woods in every shade from pale birch to deep ebony. A single window looked onto the narrow alley behind, where twilight was settling into proper darkness. Ollivander stopped before what appeared to be a perfectly ordinary cabinet, oak and age darkened, its doors carved with patterns that might have been decorative or might have been something else. He placed both palms flat against the wood. Wandmaker's lock," he murmured, "requires intention and identification. The wood knows my hands. It knows my magic. It knows the oils from my particular fingers and the rhythm of my particular heartbeat." For a moment, nothing happened. Then light traced the carved patterns, soft gold running through channels like water finding its course. The cabinet doors opened with a sigh. Inside were shelves lined with velvet, and on those shelves, empty spaces. Most of the compartments held wands, strange ones, beautiful ones, some that seemed to shimmer and some that looked half-finished. But one space, lined in midnight blue velvet, held nothing but air. And in that space, barely visible against the dark fabric, was a single shaving of wood. It gleamed silver in the lamplight, impossibly thin, curled like a question mark. "This," Ollivander said quietly, "is what was left behind." Harry leaned closer. The shaving was from the lock itself. He could see where it had been peeled away, impossibly delicate. Someone picked it. "Picked implies tools," Ollivander said. "This was removed, convinced to peel away, magic of a very specific kind." He reached in and lifted the shaving with tweezers, holding it to the light. Silver birch. The lock was silver birch, 300 years old, grown in moonlight, according to my grandfather's notes. "What was in the compartment?" Harry asked, though he already knew the answer wouldn't be simple. "A prototype I made 47 years ago." Ollivander said. An experiment in wand sentience. The words seemed to echo in the small space. Teddy had gone very still. All wands have a degree of awareness, Ollivander continued, setting down the shaving and closing the cabinet with a soft click. They recognize their wielders. They learn in their way. They can be won or lost. But this particular wand was an attempt to create something more, something that would actively teach its wielder, guide them, help them improve. That sounds useful, Teddy ventured. Ollivander's smile was sad. It does, doesn't it? But there is wisdom in the way wands normally work, young man. A wand is a tool and a partner, but it is not a teacher. It should channel your magic, not shape it. He looked at Harry. This prototype began to choose too quickly. It answered before the question was fully asked. It offered power before understanding was earned. Harry felt cold despite the warmth of the evening. What happened to it? I locked it away, Ollivander said simply. 39 years ago, after it bonded with an apprentice who became reckless, confident beyond his skill. He survived, barely. But the experience taught me that some experiments should remain experiments. Some questions are better left as questions. And now, someone's taken it, Harry said. 3 nights ago, Ollivander confirmed. I checked the compartments monthly. The wand was here then. Tonight, I came to review some notes and found it gone. He gestured to the silver shaving. That and the faintest scent of smoke. Harry leaned in and sniffed carefully. There it was, barely present. Something burned, something wooden. Did the prototype have a core? Phoenix feather, Ollivander said. From Fawkes, in fact, long before either of your wands. One of the first feathers he gave me, 48 years ago. The connection made Harry's scar prickle. Not with pain, just awareness. Fawkes, the phoenix who had saved his life, who had belonged to Dumbledore, who had left after the headmaster's death and never returned. Why ask me? Harry said quietly. Why not the auras? Ollivander met his eyes, and in that pale gaze Harry saw something he hadn't expected. Uncertainty. Because this is not a crime in the usual sense, Mr. Potter. Whoever took this wand didn't break in. The shop's wards are untouched. The front door was never forced. Even this lock was not broken, but persuaded. He touched the cabinet gently. Whoever did this understands Wandlore deeply. They knew what they were looking for and where to find it. And I suspect they knew the wand itself would help them. Help them. A teaching wand, Mr. Potter, wants to be found, wants to be used. It was made to bond, to guide, to offer its power freely. Ollivander's voice dropped to barely a whisper. I fear it called to someone, and I fear what they might do with what it teaches. The room felt suddenly smaller. Harry thought of the wands he'd known, his holly and phoenix feather, the elder wand with its bloody history, even Draco's hawthorn wand that had served him reluctantly during the war. Wands were powerful, yes, but they were bound by rules. They chose, but they could be won. They were loyal, but not blindly. A wand that taught, that guided, that answered too quickly. That was something else entirely. I need someone the wands trust, Ollivander said. Someone they remember. The magical community respects you, Mr. Potter. But more than that, wands recognize you. They know you've carried 3 of the most powerful wands in history. They know you chose to give up one of them. He glanced at the cabinet full of experimental wands. These pieces are half-finished thoughts, Mr. Potter. Magical questions. They'll respond to you in ways they won't respond to auras, no matter how skilled. What about your assistant? Harry asked. Could they help? As if summoned by the question, there was a soft knock at the front door of the shop. Ollivander's eyebrows rose. Ah, I asked her to come by, actually. I thought you might want to meet her. He moved through the shop with Harry and Teddy following, unlocked the front door, and admitted a young woman who looked perhaps 25, with dark hair pulled back in a practical bun and robes that were slightly dusty at the hems. She carried a satchel that clinked softly. Glass vials, Harry thought. Mr. Potter, Mr. Lupin, this is Sima Khatri, my apprentice for the past 2 years. 3 years next month, Sima corrected gently, with an accent that placed her somewhere in the Midlands. She shook Harry's hand with a grip that was firm but trembling slightly. I'm sorry to meet under these circumstances. I'm the one who discovered the theft. Tell them, Ollivander said. Sima set her satchel down carefully. I was cataloguing the experimental pieces. Mr. Ollivander lets me study them sometimes to understand the theory. I noticed the compartment was open, just slightly, but enough to see it was empty. At first, I thought Mr. Ollivander had moved it for some project, but when I asked, she trailed off. You have access to the cabinet? Harry asked. No, Sima said quickly. The locks only respond to Mr. Ollivander. I can open the cabinet doors, but not the individual compartments. But this one was already open, not wide, but unsealed. As if someone had opened it and failed to close it properly, Ollivander added. Or perhaps the wand itself prevented complete closure, hoping to be found. Teddy, who had been quiet for a remarkably long time, finally spoke. Can wands want things? All 3 adults looked at him. It was Ollivander who answered. Want is perhaps too strong a word, young man. But wands have preferences, inclinations. The best wands, the ones that serve wizards faithfully for lifetimes, they want to fulfill their purpose. They want to match, to channel, to serve. He paused. This wand wanted to teach. That was its purpose. And purposes, when unfulfilled, can become insistent. So it's dangerous, Teddy said, matter-of-factly. Potentially, Ollivander agreed. In the right hands, with the right understanding, it might be remarkable. But in the wrong hands, or even in uncertain hands, it could encourage shortcuts, recklessness, the illusion of mastery without the foundation of knowledge. Harry thought of Tom Riddle, brilliant and deadly, always seeking shortcuts to power. He thought of Grindelwald, who believed the ends justified any means. He thought of all the ways magic could corrupt when it offered too much too soon. I'll help, Harry said. Ollivander exhaled, and Harry realized the old Wandmaker had been holding his breath. Thank you, Mr. Potter, I hoped. He trailed off, then seemed to gather himself. There are resources, notes from the old experimental Wandmaker circle. A few of us who corresponded about these theories 40, 50 years ago. Most are gone now, but there are libraries, records. If someone is seeking this wand specifically, they may have followed the same paths of research I once did. Where do we start? Harry asked. There's a library, Sima offered quietly, mentioned in some of Mr. Ollivander's oldest correspondence, a private collection of Wandlore texts, somewhere in rural England. I found references to it while cataloguing, letters about the pages that turn themselves and the questions that answer back. Ollivander nodded slowly. Yes, the Turning Library, we called it, run by the daughter, of a wandmaker I studied under briefly. If anyone knows about teaching wands, about experimental sentience in magical objects, it would be there. Harry looked at Teddy, who was watching everything with bright, alert eyes. Lupin's eyes now, golden brown and sharp. What do you think? Want to help solve a mystery? Teddy's hair flashed through 3 colors in quick succession. Excitement yellow, uncertain blue, determined red. Can I? I think we could use someone curious, Harry said, ruffling his godson's hair. And someone who understands transformation from the inside. Then it's settled, Ollivander said softly. He moved to his workbench and picked up something small, wrapped in soft cloth. Take this. It's not a wand, just a locating tool I've been working on. If you get close to the prototype, it should warm. Harry unwrapped the cloth. Inside was a small dowel of wood, no longer than his finger, with a single phoenix feather sealed inside like amber. It was cool to the touch and surprisingly heavy. Phoenix feather cools to phoenix feather, Ollivander explained. Forks gave me many gifts over the years. This might help. Harry pocketed it carefully. We'll find it. And when you do, Ollivander said, his voice carrying a weight that made even Teddy straighten. Please be careful. This wand will want to bond. It will offer itself freely. It will feel right and warm and like the answer to questions you didn't know you had. He looked at each of them in turn. But some answers cost more than the questions were worth. They left the shop together, Harry and Teddy and Simmer, stepping out into Diagon Alley where the last shops were closing and the lamplights were coming on one by one. The evening air smelled of caramel from sugar plums and ink from the stationers and the particular electric scent of magic settling after a busy day. I've compiled my research on the Turning Library, Seema said, clutching her satchel. Locations, references, what little I could find. We could meet tomorrow to review. First thing, Harry agreed. She nodded and disapparated with a soft pop, leaving Harry and Teddy alone on the cobblestones. Harry, Teddy said quietly. Yeah? Are we really going to find a dangerous wand? Harry looked down at his godson and saw both Tonks and Lupin there. Courage and caution, curiosity and care. We're going to try to keep it from being dangerous, he said. There's a difference. Teddy considered this, then nodded. His hair settled into a calm brown. Can we still get ice cream? Harry laughed despite everything. Absolutely. Can't solve mysteries on an empty stomach. They walked toward Fortescue's, and behind them, in the darkened window of Ollivander's, thousands of wands rested in their boxes, patient and still. But in a hidden compartment, an empty space waited, and somewhere in the world, a wand that should have stayed locked away was whispering possibilities to whoever had found it. The hunt had begun. The Turning Library, according to Seema's research, didn't appear on any maps. This wasn't particularly unusual in the magical world. Half of Diagon Alley didn't appear on Muggle maps, and Hogwarts showed up as a crumbling ruin to anyone who wasn't supposed to see it. But the Turning Library seemed to hide even from wizarding atlases, existing only in correspondence and careful word of mouth. The last confirmed reference I found was from 1973, Seema said, spreading parchments across Harry's kitchen table, while Teddy munched toast and studied them upside down. A letter from Mr. Ollivander to someone named Philippa Woad, asking about the wands that choose themselves and whether she'd found any patterns in the old texts. And she replied, Harry asked, pouring tea. She did. Seema pulled out a brittle envelope, the paper inside covered in slanting handwriting, the color of old blood. Iron gall ink, Harry recognized, the kind that lasted centuries. She said the library would welcome him if he could find it, and that the books themselves would help if his questions were sincere. Teddy wrinkled his nose. Books can't tell if you're sincere. Magical books can tell all sorts of things, Seema said with a small smile. I've seen volumes that won't open for certain people, or that show different texts depending on who reads them. If the Turning Library specializes in Wandlore, in the deepest theory of magical tools and sentience, then I'd expect the books to be particular about who studies them. Harry sipped his tea, thinking. Did Ollivander visit? I don't think so. The correspondence stops after that letter. Either he decided it wasn't necessary, or Seema hesitated. Or he couldn't find it, Harry finished. But we have something he didn't, Seema said, pulling out a final piece of parchment. This morning, very early, I went back through the experimental compartment. The thief left the silver shaving, yes, but I found something else, caught in the velvet lining. She unwrapped a handkerchief to reveal a single strand of thread, so fine it was almost invisible. But when the morning sunlight through the window caught it, the thread gleamed with a faint rainbow sheen. Thestral hair, Harry said immediately. Seema blinked. How did you? I've seen it before, braided into the straps of Luna Lovegood's bag. She said it was good for finding invisible things. Harry touched the thread gently. It was cool and slightly tacky, like spider silk. Someone used thestral hair to pick the lock? Not pick, more like see through it. Simon's voice carried a note of reluctant admiration. Thestral hair can perceive what's hidden, what's between states. A lock is just a question of open and closed. With the right spell and thestral hair, you could show the lock both possibilities at once and let it choose. That's brilliant, Teddy said through a mouthful of toast. That's illegal, Harry corrected, though he had to admit it was clever. Bypassing secured magical objects without permission carries a 6-month sentence in Azkaban. But it tells us our thief knows rare materials, Seema said, and has access to them. Thestral hair isn't something you buy in Diagon Alley. Harry nodded slowly. Thestrals were kept at Hogwarts, in the Forbidden Forest, tended by Hagrid. There were wild populations in remote Scotland and parts of Eastern Europe, but harvesting their hair required being able to see them first, which meant witnessing death. The pool of possible suspects had just narrowed considerably. The thread might help us find the library, Seema continued. Thestral hair reveals hidden paths. If I cast the right charm. She drew her wand, a neat piece of ash and unicorn hair that moved with precision, and spoke a word Harry didn't recognize. The thread lifted from the handkerchief and hung in the air, rotating slowly. Then it straightened, pointing northwest, and began to glow with that same rainbow sheen. It wants to go home, Seema whispered. Back to the magic that shaped it. Northwest, that's rural Oxfordshire, Gloucestershire maybe, where the old wandmaking families had their workshops. The Turning Library, Harry said. Possibly. Seema lowered her wand, and the thread drifted back to the handkerchief, or at least somewhere connected to our thief's research. Either way, it's our best lead. Harry looked at Teddy, who had abandoned his toast and was watching the adults with barely contained excitement. Still want to come? Are you kidding? Teddy's hair flashed bright gold. "This is the most interesting thing that's happened all summer." 20 minutes later, they were standing in a small clearing in the Cotswolds, having apparated in stages. Harry didn't trust side-along apparition for long distances, especially with Teddy. The thread had led them here to what appeared to be absolutely nothing. Grass, wildflowers, a scattering of oak trees, and a dry stone wall that looked older than memory. "Are you sure this is right?" Teddy asked, turning in a slow circle. Seema held up the thread. It glowed brighter now, pulsing gently, but didn't point in any particular direction. "We're close, maybe even here, but we can't see it yet." "A Fidelius charm," Harry suggested. "Too obvious for a library that wants to be found by the right people," Seema said. She walked toward the stone wall, studying it carefully. "More like a test. The books themselves decide if you're worthy." Harry thought about that. A library that chose its visitors. Books that revealed themselves to sincere seekers. It reminded him of the room of requirement, which gave you what you needed rather than what you asked for. "What do we need?" he said aloud. Seema and Teddy both looked at him. "That's the question, isn't it?" Harry continued, walking toward the wall. "We need information about teaching wands, about experimental sentience, about whoever took Ollivander's prototype and what they might do with it." He placed his palm flat against the warm stone. "We need help." For a moment, nothing happened. Then the stone under his hand grew warm, not uncomfortably so, but with the gentle heat of sun-baked rock. The warmth spread outward in ripples, running through the wall like light through water. Where it touched, the stones began to shift, not moving so much as revealing, like a puzzle box opening to show what had always been inside. A door appeared. Oak, ancient, carved with patterns that might have been trees or might have been wands. It was hard to tell where one ended and the other began. A brass handle shaped like a sprouting acorn. No nameplate, no sign, just a sense of patient welcome. "Wicked," Teddy breathed. Harry tried the handle. It turned easily, and the door swung inward on hinges that didn't make a sound. Inside was impossible. The clearing had been perhaps 20 feet across, bounded by the stone wall, but the library that opened before them was vast, or at least felt vast, in the way magical spaces often did. The ceiling rose into shadows crossed by oak beams. Shelves climbed the walls in graceful spirals, stuffed with books and scrolls and things that might have been crystallized spells. Sunlight fell through windows that couldn't exist, pooling on a floor of honey-colored wood. And everywhere, was the smell of old paper and beeswax and something else, something green and growing. "Oh," Seema whispered. They stepped inside, and the door closed behind them with a gentle click. The library felt warm despite its size, welcoming despite its grandeur. A fire burned in a hearth carved from a single massive stone, though the day outside was mild. Comfortable chairs clustered around it, upholstered in faded velvet, the color of wine. "Hello," Harry called softly. The library seemed to listen. Then, from somewhere in the stacks, came the soft flutter of pages turning. They moved toward the sound, Teddy staying close to Harry's side, Seema's hand resting near her wand. The shelves formed corridors that twisted and intersected in ways that suggested the library's geography wasn't quite fixed. But the sound of turning pages drew them forward, a gentle guide. They emerged into a circular room where 7 reading tables stood arranged like petals around a central desk. At that desk sat an elderly woman with silver hair pinned in an elaborate braid, wearing robes the color of dried leaves. She was reading a book that looked older than Hogwarts and didn't look up as they approached. "Questions asked in honesty find honest answers," she said, her voice like paper sliding against paper. "Questions asked in greed find only mirrors." She turned a page. "Which sort have you brought me?" Harry glanced at Sama, who seemed frozen between awe and nervousness, then at Teddy, who was studying the woman with open curiosity. He stepped forward. "We're looking for information about a stolen wand, an experimental piece designed to teach its wielder. We think whoever took it may have researched here." "Ah." The woman finally looked up, and her eyes were the pale grey of rain. "The teaching wand. Yes. Someone did ask about those recently. Very recently." She closed her book with care, marking the place with a ribbon. "But first, introductions. I am Philippa Wode. This library was my father's, and his father's before him. We are keepers, not owners. The books share themselves as they see fit." "Harry Potter," Harry said. "This is Seema Khatri, apprentice to Garrick Ollivander, and my godson, Teddy Lupin." Philippa's eyebrows rose slightly at Ollivander's name. "Garrick. I wondered if he'd send someone eventually. The letters stopped so long ago, I thought he'd forgotten." She stood, moving with the careful precision of age, and gestured to the tables. "Sit. I'll make tea. One doesn't discuss Wandlore without proper tea." She disappeared into the stacks before any of them could respond. Harry exchanged a look with Seema. Then they settled into chairs around the nearest table. The wood was warm and smooth, carved with more of those tree or wand patterns. Teddy traced one with his finger. "Is it safe?" he whispered. "I think so," Harry said. "Libraries usually are, even magical ones." "Libraries are the safest places in the world," Philippa's voice drifted from somewhere in the stacks, "provided you treat the books with respect." She returned carrying a tray that floated beside her like a well-trained dog. The tea service was mismatched. A chipped pot with roses, cups of various sizes, a sugar bowl shaped like a sleeping cat. She poured with steady hands, and the tea smelled of bergamot and something wilder, like rain on leaves. "Now," Philippa said, settling into her chair with a cup cradled in both palms. "The teaching wand. You said it was stolen." 3 nights ago, Seema said, "from Mr. Ollivander's personal collection. The thief left behind a piece of thestral hair." "Thestral hair to see the unseeable lock," Philippa murmured. "Clever and concerning." She sipped her tea. The young man who came here asking questions would have known about such things. Harry's attention sharpened. A young man, perhaps 30, dark hair, careful hands with ink stains on the fingers. He carried himself like someone who'd studied formally, back straight, precise speech. But his questions. Philippa shook her head. He wanted to know about wands that guide their wielders, about experiments in magical tool sentience, about bonds that form too quickly, and what that meant for a wizard's development. "When was this?" Harry asked. "A fortnight ago. He spent 3 days here, reading everything we have on experimental wand-making from the last 2 centuries. The books liked him. They opened easily, showed him what he asked for. But they were uneasy. That's the only word I have for it." "Books can be uneasy?" Teddy asked. Philippa smiled at him, and the expression softened her entire face. "These books can, dear child. They contain knowledge about tools that shape magic, and magic that shapes tools. They know the difference between someone seeking understanding and someone seeking shortcuts. She set down her cup. This man wanted both. Understanding, yes, but also power, influence. He spoke about advancing Wandlore, making it accessible, helping wizards reach their potential faster. That doesn't sound bad, Teddy ventured. It doesn't, does it? Philippa agreed. But there's wisdom in the traditional ways. A wand that makes you work for mastery, teaches patience, humility, respect. A wand that hands you power, teaches only hunger for more. The fire crackled in the silence that followed. Harry thought about the Elder Wand, how it had passed from hand to hand through murder and ambition, never bringing happiness to anyone who chased its power. He thought about his own wand, earned through strange coincidence, and the deeper magic of his mother's sacrifice, serving him faithfully for 7 years before he'd understood even a fraction of what he was doing. Did he say where he was going next? Seema asked quietly. He asked about the old wand-making workshops, Philippa said. The experimental circles that existed before the International Statute of Secrecy, when wand-makers shared knowledge more freely across borders. I told him about the Alpine workshops. There's still one operating, barely, in a village where the snow never quite melts and the pine trees grow straight as wands. She rose and moved to a shelf, running her finger along spines until she found what she wanted. Here. She pulled down a volume bound in pale wood, birch, Harry thought, and opened it to a map drawn in fading ink. It showed Europe, but with locations marked that didn't correspond to any geography Harry recognized. Names in various languages clustered around mountain ranges and deep forests. The wand-making families worked in isolation, Philippa explained, pointing to various marks, each developing their own traditions, their own theories, but they corresponded, shared innovations, sometimes visited each other's workshops. This map shows where they were once. Her finger settled on a point in what looked like the Austrian Alps. This workshop is the last one still operating, run by the descendants of the Silberholz family. They specialized in experimental cores, phoenix feather variations, thestral hair bindings, essence of dittany infusions. The same materials used to bypass Ollivander's lock, Harry said. Precisely. Philippa closed the book and handed it to Seema. Borrow it. The maps inside will show you the way, though the paths change with the seasons. And take this as well. She pulled down another volume, this one bound in dark leather. A history of the teaching wand experiments. 7 different wand makers tried to create them over 3 centuries. All abandoned the work eventually. Why? Teddy asked. Philippa looked at him with those rain-grey eyes. Because the wands succeeded. They taught exactly as designed, quickly, efficiently, generously. And every wizard who bonded with one grew powerful and reckless and strange. The wands didn't make them evil, you understand. They just removed all the friction that helps us learn who we are. Magic without struggle is magic without meaning. She walked them back toward the entrance, the library seeming to rearrange itself to make the path shorter. As they reached the door, Philippa paused. One more thing. The young man, he mentioned a name, said he'd been inspired by someone's work, someone who understood that Wandlore needed to evolve or die. She frowned, searching her memory. Greylock or Grimwald, something like that. Harry felt cold despite the warmth of the library. Grindelwald. That might have been it. Philippa said uncertainly. Is it important? It might be, Harry said carefully. Grindelwald, the dark wizard who'd nearly conquered Europe, who'd preached about wizard supremacy and the greater good, who'd been defeated by Dumbledore and imprisoned until Voldemort killed him. Grindelwald, who'd believed the ends justified any means. If their thief was inspired by Grindelwald's philosophy, this was more serious than a simple theft. Be careful, Philippa said, opening the door onto the clearing where afternoon sunlight made the wildflowers glow. Teaching wands are dangerous not because they're powerful, but because they make power feel easy. And easy power is the most dangerous thing in the world. They stepped out into the warmth and the scent of grass, and when Harry turned to thank her, the door was already gone. Just the stone wall, patient and ancient, keeping its secrets. Seema clutched the borrowed books to her chest. The Alps. We need to go to the Alps. Tomorrow, Harry said. Tonight we plan, and we tell Ollivander what we've learned. He looked at Teddy. You okay? Teddy nodded, but his hair had gone dark blue, the color it turned when he was thinking hard about serious things. Harry, why would someone want power if it didn't mean anything? Because they don't know it won't mean anything, Harry said quietly. Not until it's too late. They apparated home in the golden afternoon, carrying books that whispered of old mistakes and older wisdom, heading toward mountains where snow never melted and secrets were carved into wood and stone. Behind them, in a library that chose its own visitors, Philippa Wood returned to her reading. But she marked the page carefully, and she watched the door that wasn't there, and she wondered if she'd just helped save something precious or doom it. Only time would tell. The Alpine village had no name that appeared on any map, Muggle or magical. Seema's borrowed book called it simply Silberholz, which meant silverwood in German, though whether that referred to the workshop, the family, or the village itself was unclear. The map showed it nestled in a valley where 3 peaks converged, accessible only by Portkey or a particularly treacherous apparition that required splitting the journey into stages. Harry chose the Portkey. Ollivander had arranged it, an old plane blade, smooth with use, that activated at sunset. They'd gathered in the workroom behind the shop, Harry, Teddy, and Seema, each carrying minimal supplies. Teddy had wanted to bring his entire collection of chocolate frog cards, but Andromeda had limited him to a small rucksack and sensible advice about staying close to Harry. Ready? Harry asked, holding out the plain blade. They each touched it, wood worn silk smooth, still carrying the faint smell of sawdust, and Harry felt the familiar hook behind his navel, the lurch and spin of magical travel. The workshop dissolved into color and motion. They landed in snow. Not deep snow, but the kind that never quite melted, lingering in shadows and along the north-facing slopes. The air was sharp and clean, carrying the scent of pine resin so strong it almost stung. Above them, peaks rose like broken teeth against a sky going violet with dusk. Oh, Seema breathed, turning slowly. Oh, it's beautiful. The village, if it could be called that, consisted of perhaps a dozen buildings scattered along a single street that followed the curve of a stream. Each structure was built from dark wood that had weathered to silver grey, with steep roofs designed to shed snow and windows that glowed with warm firelight. Smoke rose from chimneys in straight lines, undisturbed by wind. At the far end of the street, slightly separated from the other buildings, stood a workshop, larger than the houses, with a wide door and windows of thick, uneven glass. A sign hung above the entrance, carved from a single piece of wood and inlaid with what looked like actual silver, a tree growing from a wand, or a wand growing into a tree. "That's it," Seema said, consulting her book. "The Silberholtz workshop." They walked through the village, their boots crunching on frost-crisp ground. A few windows held watching faces, curious but not unfriendly. And once Harry saw a child's face pressed to glass before being pulled back by a gentle hand. The stream chuckled to itself, running clear and cold over smooth stones. The workshop door was unlocked. Harry pushed it open, and warmth rolled out to meet them, the deep, resinous warmth of a wood-fired stove and fresh-cut timber. The interior was one large room, with a high ceiling crossed by beams from which bundles of wood hung drying. Ash and oak, rowan and elder, each marked with careful labels in a spidery hand. Workbenches lined the walls, their surfaces scarred by decades of careful cutting. Tools gleamed in neat rows, draw knives and spoke shaves, gouges and rasps, each worn smooth by use. At the largest bench, his back to the door, an old man sat whittling. The sound was rhythmic and peaceful, the whisper of sharp blade through yielding wood, the soft sigh of each shaving curling away. He didn't turn at their entrance, didn't pause in his work, just kept cutting with steady, practiced strokes. "Guten Abend," he said finally, his voice rough but not unkind. I wondered when someone would come asking. Harry cleared his throat. "Herr Silberholtz?" "Just Matthias." The old man set down his work. A half-carved wand, Harry saw, the wood pale and fine-grained, and turned on his stool. His face was deeply lined, weathered like the village buildings, with eyes the blue-grey of distant ice. His hands were gnarled but steady, marked with decades of small cuts that had healed to white scars. "You're here about the teaching wand, ja?" "You know about it?" Seema asked, surprised. "A young man came through a week ago, asked many questions about experimental sentience, about wands that choose too eagerly." Matthias gestured to a cluster of chairs near the stove. "Sit. I have Glühwein warming. It's tradition to offer hospitality before discussing business." They settled into chairs that smelled of pine sap and old smoke. Matthias poured dark wine from a pot on the stove, adding spices that made Harry's eyes water pleasantly. Teddy wrinkled his nose at the offered cup. "For the young man, just heated apple juice," Matthias said, producing a different pot. "No alcohol before 12 years old. This is civilized behavior." Teddy accepted the cup with both hands, inhaling the steam. His hair shifted to a warm amber that matched the drink's color. "The young man," Harry prompted, cradling his own cup. What did he want to know? Matthias settled back into his chair with the careful movements of old joints and older habits. He wanted to understand why the experimental order stopped their work. We were part of it once, you see. The Silberholtz family. My great-great-grandfather corresponded with wandmakers across Europe about creating tools that could guide as well as serve. He gestured to a shelf where leather-bound journals stood in neat rows. All the letters are preserved, all the theories, all the experiments, all the slow realization that we were creating something dangerous. "Dangerous how?" Teddy asked. Matthias smiled at him. "You are honest with your curiosity. I like this." He sipped his wine. "A normal wand, it learns its wizards slowly, grows with them, makes them work for mastery, Not from cruelty, but because the working is what builds character. You understand? Teddy nodded slowly. But a teaching wand, it gives freely, anticipates needs, offers shortcuts. Matthias picked up a wood shaving from his bench, holding it to the firelight. Imagine learning to carve by having the knife do the work for you. You would create beautiful things, Jar, but you would never understand the grain of the wood, never learn when to push and when to coax. You would be hollow, skilled, but not wise. That's what happened, Sima asked quietly. To 3 wizards we know of, Matthias confirmed. One became convinced he could redesign defensive spells and accidentally created a curse that nearly killed him. One thought she could improve Polyjuice Potion and spent 6 months half transformed into something neither human nor animal. The third, he paused, his expression darkening. The third believed he could teach himself wandless magic in weeks instead of years. He tried to apparate without the proper foundation. They found him scattered across 3 countries. The fire crackled in the silence. Harry felt Teddy shift closer to him. The Order disbanded 40 years ago, Matthias continued. We all agreed. These experiments must end. The wands were locked away or destroyed. The knowledge preserved, but guarded. He looked directly at Harry. So when this young man came asking questions, showing me letters from Philippa Wood, I knew someone had broken that agreement. Do you know who he was? Harry asked. He gave a name, Edmund Vance. Said he studied under Ollivander briefly, years ago before pursuing independent research. Matthias frowned. He was intense, brilliant, clearly. His questions showed deep understanding of Wandlore. But there was something hungry in him, an impatience. Sima's breath caught. Vance, I know that name. There was an Edmund Vance listed in Mr. Ollivander's apprentice records from 7 years ago. He left after 8 months. The notes just said, temperament unsuited for careful work. That's diplomatic, Matthias said dryly. This man, he wanted wands to evolve faster, serve more completely. He spoke of wizarding potential being limited by our tools, of wandmakers being too conservative, too afraid of progress. He shook his head. Progress. Always this word is used to justify impatience. Did he say where he was going next? Harry asked. He asked about the other members of the experimental order. Most are dead now, but I told him about Greta Morgenstern in Scotland. She is the last of us, the only one who still lives who worked on teaching wand theory. Matthias rose and moved to a small desk, returning with a scrap of parchment. Here, her location. She deserves warning if this Vance seeks the stolen wand to study or, worse, to use. The parchment showed an address in the Highlands, remote and precise. Harry tucked it carefully into his pocket. One more thing, Matthias said. He crossed to a cabinet and opened it to reveal dozens of carved wooden tokens, each no larger than a coin. He selected one and brought it to Harry. This is carved from the same silver birch we used for experimental wand handles. If you get close to Ollivander's prototype, this token will recognize the wood. It should grow warm. Harry held the token up to the firelight. The carving showed a tree whose branches became wands, whose roots became a hand. The same symbol from the workshop sign. The wood was smooth and cool, almost silky. Thank you, Harry said. Don't thank me yet. Matthias returned to his stool and picked up his whittling. If this Vance has bonded with the teaching wand, he will be formidable. Not because the wand makes him powerful, though it does, but because It will make him believe he deserves that power, convince him every shortcut is justified, every risk acceptable. The blade whispered through wood. The most dangerous wizards are not those who seek power for evil ends, but those who seek it for good ones and lose themselves in the seeking. They finished their drinks in contemplative silence, watching Matthias work. The shavings curled away from his blade like small waves, each one perfect, each one necessary to reveal the wand hidden in the wood. Teddy leaned against Harry's side, his eyes growing heavy in the warmth. "You should stay the night," Matthias said without looking up from his work. "The village has a guest house, simple but clean. The proprietor owes me favors. In the morning, I'll show you something before you leave." "Show us what?" Seema asked. "A failed teaching wand. One we couldn't bear to destroy completely." Matthias set down his work and met Harry's eyes. "You should see what you're looking for before you find it. Understand the danger fully." Harry nodded. "We'll stay." The guest house was exactly as promised, simple and clean, with 3 small rooms, sharing a common area where a fire burned cheerfully. The proprietor, a round woman named Frau Kessler, fussed over Teddy and produced an enormous dinner of bread and cheese and sausage, insisting they eat until they could barely move. Later, after Teddy had fallen asleep in his room and Seema had retired to study the borrowed books, Harry stood at the window, watching snow fall in the moonlight. The village was silent, except for the stream's constant murmur and the occasional crack of settling timber. He thought about Edmund Vance, brilliant, impatient, convinced that Wandlore needed to evolve. How many times had Harry seen that pattern? Intelligent people who believed they knew better, who thought tradition was just fear dressed up as wisdom, who rushed toward power without understanding why others walked slowly. The wooden token in his pocket seemed to pulse with warmth, though that might have been his imagination. Tomorrow, they would see a failed teaching wand. Then they would travel to Scotland to find Greta Morgenstern and, perhaps, find Vance himself. Harry wondered what they would do when they caught up to him. Vance hadn't committed any crime except theft, technically speaking. But if he'd bonded with the teaching wand, if it was already whispering shortcuts and certainties into his magic. The fire crackled behind him. Outside, the snow continued to fall, patient and inevitable, covering everything in silence. Morning came with pale sunlight and the smell of fresh bread from the bakery down the street. Matthias met them at the workshop, looking more rested than he had the night before. He led them not into the main room, but through a back door Harry hadn't noticed, down stone steps, into a cellar that smelled of earth and old wood. The cellar was small, lined with shelves holding sealed jars of oils and resins. In the center of the room stood a single pedestal, and on that pedestal lay a wand. It was beautiful. There was no other word for it. The wood was pale gold, almost luminous in the dim light filtering through a high window. The handle was carved with intricate patterns that seemed to shift when you weren't looking directly at them. A glass case covered it, sealed with what Harry recognized as preservation charms. "Holly and phoenix feather," Matthias said quietly. "Created 63 years ago by my grandfather and 2 colleagues. It was meant to teach transfiguration specifically, to guide a wizard through increasingly complex changes." He moved closer to the case, his expression troubled. It worked. For 3 months, the wizard who bonded with it could perform transfigurations that should have taken years to master. Turned water to wine, stone to bread, air itself into solid forms. What happened? Sima whispered. He tried to transfigure himself. Permanently. Matthias touched the glass case gently. He believed the wand would guide him through it safely. But transfiguration of living things, especially self-transfiguration, requires understanding that cannot be shortcut, requires wisdom earned through failure and patience. He paused. They found him 3 days later, still alive, but changed. Caught between forms, it took 6 specialists 4 weeks to restore him. Teddy stared at the wand with wide eyes. Is he okay now? Physically, yes. Mentally, Matthias shook his head. He never practiced magic again. The experience broke something in him, not his ability, but his trust in himself. Harry studied the wand through the glass. It still looked beautiful, still seemed to promise easy mastery and gentle guidance. That was the horror of it. The danger wore such an appealing face. Can you feel it? Matthias asked. Even dormant, even sealed, it wants to help, wants to bond, to teach, to serve. Harry could feel it, a warmth radiating from the case, a subtle pull like the beginning of gravity. The wand would choose him in a heartbeat if he let it, would offer everything he'd ever struggled to learn, make his magic smooth and effortless and hollow. That's what Vance carries now, Harry said quietly. That temptation, but active, bonded to him. Worse, Matthias said. Ollivander's prototype is more advanced than this one. 50 years of additional theory went into its creation. It won't just teach magic, it will teach ambition. Show him not just what he can do, but what he could do if he pushed harder, reached further, stopped listening to the voices urging caution. He led them back upstairs, sealing the cellar behind them. In the workshop, he wrapped the wooden token in soft cloth and pressed it into Harry's hands. Find him quickly, Matthias said. Every day he carries that wand, it becomes harder to separate them. The bond grows deeper. Eventually, taking the wand would be like taking part of his soul. They left Silberholz as they'd come, by Port Key, the village disappearing in a swirl of snow and resin-scented air. As they landed back in Ollivander's shop, the old Wandmaker waiting anxiously, Harry felt the weight of the token in his pocket and thought about bonds that couldn't be broken and power that looked like love but felt like chains. Scotland next, he told Ollivander. We're getting close. Be careful, Ollivander said, and in his pale eyes Harry saw genuine fear. Teaching wands don't just change their wielders, they make them certain. And certainty, in magic as in life, is the most dangerous delusion of all. The cottage sat at the end of a track so overgrown that Harry nearly missed it twice. Heather and gorse pressed in from both sides, and the North Sea wind carried the salt-sharp smell of distance and cold water. They'd apparated to the nearest village, a handful of houses clinging to the Scottish coast like barnacles, and walked the last mile, following Matthias's directions and the growing warmth of the wooden token in Harry's pocket. There, Sima said, pointing. The cottage was stone, low and sturdy against the wind, with a slate roof and windows that caught the afternoon light like watchful eyes. Smoke rose from the chimney, streaming sideways in the constant breeze. A garden surrounded it, wild but not untended, full of plants Harry recognized from herbology. Dittany and fluxweed, knotgrass and wormwood, all the ingredients a wandmaker might need. As they approached, the front door opened. The woman who emerged was perhaps 70, tall and straight-backed, despite her years. She wore robes of faded green wool and had her grey hair pulled back in a thick braid. Her hands, like Matthias's, bore the small scars of decades of careful cutting, but her eyes were sharp and clear, assessing them with a wandmaker's precision. "Harry Potter," she said, her accent placing her somewhere in the borders. "I was wondering if you'd make it here before he returned." Harry's hand moved toward his wand. "He's been here?" "Edmund Vance, yes. Left this morning." She stepped aside, gesturing them in. "Come inside. The wind steals words out here, and what we need to discuss shouldn't be shared with the sea." The cottage interior was warm and crowded, every surface covered with books or tools or half-finished projects. Wands in various stages of completion lay on a workbench by the window. Jars of cores lined shelves, phoenix feathers suspended in oil, unicorn hairs preserved in crystal, dragon heartstrings coiled like sleeping snakes. A fire burned in the hearth, and 3 cats, one ginger, one grey, one black as night, watched the visitors with luminous eyes. "I'm Greta Morgenstern," the woman said, filling a kettle from a pump by the sink. "Last surviving member of the experimental Wandmaker's order, for what that's worth." She set the kettle on the stove with a clang. "Sit anywhere you can find space. The cats don't bite unless you're rude." They settled into chairs that required moving books and what appeared to be a half-dissected jobberknoll feather. Teddy sat very still, acutely aware of being watched by 3 sets of feline eyes. "You said Vance was here," Harry prompted. "What did he want?" "Truth," Greta said, measuring tea into a pot with the same precision she probably used for potion ingredients. "Or what he thinks is truth. He wanted to know why we abandoned the teaching wand experiments. Wanted to understand if we were cowards or if there was genuine danger." "And what did you tell him?" Seema asked. "I told him about Martin Greengrass." Greta poured boiling water over the tea leaves, and the scent filled the cottage, something floral and bitter at once. She brought the pot to the table along with mismatched cups and a plate of shortbread that looked homemade. "Martin was the most talented wizard I ever taught," she continued, pouring with steady hands. "Brilliant at theory, patient with practice, humble enough to listen. When we created the 2nd-generation teaching wand, this was 43 years ago, we offered it to him. We thought if anyone could bond with it safely, could use it to advance Wandlore without losing themselves, it would be Martin." She paused, staring into her tea as if reading leaves that weren't there yet. "For 6 months, he was extraordinary. Developed 3 new wand polishes that enhanced core resonance, created a diagnostic charm that could identify stress fractures in wandwood before they became dangerous, published papers that advanced our understanding of how wands learn their wielders." Greta's voice had gone soft, remembering. He was going to change wandmaking, make it safer, more precise, more accessible. "What happened?" Teddy asked quietly. The wand convinced him he could do more. Greta looked at the boy, her expression infinitely sad. It whispered to him, not in words, understand, but in feelings. It made him certain he could create wands that chose multiple wizards, certain he could bind cores that were fundamentally incompatible, certain he could rewrite the rules because the rules were just limits imposed by lesser minds. She stood abruptly, moving to a cabinet in the corner. When she returned, she carried a small velvet box, the kind used for precious jewelry. She set it on the table with exaggerated care. "May I?" she asked Harry. He nodded, uncertain what he was agreeing to. Greta opened the box. Inside, nestled in silk, were fragments of a wand, perhaps a dozen pieces, none longer than Harry's thumb. The wood was dark, almost black, and each fragment bore scorch marks as if it had been burned from the inside. "Blackthorn and dragon heartstring," Greta said softly. "The teaching wand we gave to Martin when he finally tried to create his masterwork. A wand that could serve 3 wizards simultaneously. It exploded in his hands." Sima made a small sound of horror. "He survived," Greta continued. "Barely. Spent a year in St. Mungo's. Lost the use of his right hand completely. Nerve damage from the magical backlash. But worse than that, he lost his certainty. The wand had made him so sure, so confident, that when it failed, when reality proved him wrong, something in him broke." She closed the box gently. "He never made another wand, never practiced magic again, except the most basic household spells. He died 10 years ago, still brilliant, still capable, but too afraid of his own judgment to trust himself with anything important." The fire crackled. Outside, the wind moaned around the cottage eaves. One of the cats, the ginger one, jumped into Teddy's lap and began purring, a small comfort against the weight of the story. "I told Vance all of this," Greta said, returning the box to the cabinet. "Showed him the fragments, explained exactly how teaching wands corrupt, not through malice, but through kindness. They give too much too easily, and when you've never had to struggle, you never learn your own limitations." "How did he react?" Harry asked. He listened very carefully, asked intelligent questions, took notes. Greta returned to her seat, her tea now cool enough to drink. "Then he told me I was wrong." "Wrong?" "He said Martin's failure proved only that the wand wasn't advanced enough, that Ollivander's prototype, the one he'd already bonded with, was different, more sophisticated, better designed." Greta's mouth tightened. "He said the experimental order stopped too soon, gave up too easily, that we let fear prevent progress." "That's the one talking," Sima said. "The certainty, making him believe he's different, special, beyond the mistakes of others." "I know." Greta looked at her with approval. "You've been well taught, Apprentice Cartree. Yes, it's the wand. But try convincing someone drunk on certainty that they're intoxicated." She sipped her tea. "I tried, explained that the prototype was dangerous precisely because it was more advanced. Showed him records of the other failures. 3 wizards over 40 years, each one brilliant, each one destroyed by shortcuts." "He didn't believe you," Harry said. "Worse, he pitied me." Greta's laugh was bitter. "Said I'd spent so long being afraid that I couldn't recognize courage when I saw it, that he understood my caution, but he was going to prove me wrong. Show me that teaching wands could work if the wizard was strong enough, dedicated enough, pure enough in their intentions." Harry felt cold. He'd heard language like that before, from Tom Riddle, from Death Eaters, from everyone who believed the rules applied to lesser people, but not to them. "Did he say what he plans to do?" Harry asked. "Refine the bond, perfect it." Greta set down her cup with a click. "He's convinced the wand is teaching him not just magic but truth, showing him how Wandlore should evolve, how wizards should be trained, how the entire system should be restructured to remove inefficiency and fear." She met Harry's eyes. He spoke about opening a school, teaching his methods to young wizards before they're corrupted by traditional thinking. "That's insane. Seema breathed. Is it? Greta asked. From his perspective, he's discovered something revolutionary. A way to accelerate magical education, help wizards reach their potential decades earlier. He sees himself as a reformer, not a thief. She stood, moving to the window to stare out at the wind-twisted landscape. The road to hell, Mr. Potter, is paved with efficient teaching methods. Teddy spoke up suddenly, his voice small but clear. Can't you just take the wand away from him? All three adults looked at him. The ginger cat purred on, unconcerned. That's complicated, dear, Greta said gently. By now, the bond is strong. The wand has learned him, and he's learned it. Separating them would be like... She paused, searching for the right analogy. Like removing part of his magical core. Possible, but devastating. He'd survive, but he might never perform magic properly again. So what do we do? Teddy persisted. It was Harry who answered, the words coming slowly as the plan formed. We convince him to give it up willingly, show him what he's becoming before he's too far gone to see it. You think that's possible? Seema asked. I think it has to be, Harry said. Because the alternative is watching him destroy himself and taking half the wizarding world's confidence in Wandmakers with him. Greta turned from the window, and in her expression, Harry saw something like hope, struggling against decades of disappointment. You'd try to save him, even knowing what the wand is doing to him? I've seen what happens when people believe they're beyond saving, Harry said quietly, thinking of Sirius, of Snape, of the broken boy Tom Riddle might have been if someone had reached him earlier. It never ends well for anyone. Then you need to find him quickly, Greta said. He left here this morning, heading south. Said something about returning to London, to Ollivander's shop. He wants to show Ollivander what the wand has taught him. Prove that the old Wandmaker was wrong to lock it away. Harry stood abruptly. He's going after Ollivander. Not violently, I don't think. Edmund Vance isn't cruel, just certain. But yes, he intends to confront his former master, demonstrate the bond's success. Greta moved quickly for someone her age, pulling a wand from her belt. Take this. It's experimental, not bonded, but it has a resonance charm worked into the wood. If you get within 100 feet of Ollivander's prototype, this will hum. She pressed the wand into Harry's free hand. It was lighter than his own, made from apple wood that had been polished until it gleamed. He could feel the magic in it. Not alive exactly, but aware, waiting. And this, Greta added, pulling a vial from her pocket. Essence of dittany mixed with powdered moonstone. If you can get it on the prototype, it will dampen the bond temporarily. Give you maybe 10 minutes where the wand's influence is muted, where Vance can think clearly without its whispers. She met Harry's eyes. 10 minutes. Use them wisely. Harry pocketed both items carefully. Thank you. Don't thank me, Greta said. Just stop him before he does something we'll all regret. And Harry... She caught his arm as he turned to leave. Remember that Edmund Vance is a victim as much as a threat. The wand chose him because he was talented and eager and idealistic. Those aren't crimes. They're just vulnerabilities the wand exploited. I'll remember, Harry promised. They left quickly, Teddy still carrying the ginger cat, until Greta gently reclaimed it at the door. The wind had picked up, driving rain horizontally across the heather. As they reached the end of the overgrown track, Harry looked back once. Greta stood in her doorway, silhouetted against the warm light of her cottage, surrounded by decades of careful work and careful warnings. She raised one hand in farewell or blessing. Then they apparated, the Scottish coast dissolving into pressure and darkness, heading back to London, where an earnest young wandmaker was about to demonstrate his certainty to the man who had first tried to teach him patience. They materialized in the alley behind the leaky cauldron, just as twilight was settling over Diagon Alley. The shops were closing, windows dimming one by one, but Ollivander's remained lit, a single beacon of warm light on the darkening street. Harry felt the applewood wand in his pocket begin to hum. "He's here," Harry said quietly. They approached carefully, Harry in the lead with Teddy close behind, and Sima bringing up the rear, her own wand held ready but discreet. Through the window, Harry could see two figures, Ollivander behind his counter, frail and still, and a younger man facing him, dark-haired, ink-stained fingers, carrying himself with the rigid posture of someone trying to prove something. Edmund Vance, and in his hand, gleaming with an inner light that had nothing to do with the shop's lamps, was a wand of extraordinary beauty. Pale wood. Birch, Harry thought. Silver birch, like the lock it had escaped from, with a handle carved in patterns that seemed to move even through the window glass. The prototype, the teaching wand. 47 years of dangerous theory made manifest. It pulsed with warmth and welcome and absolute certainty. Harry's hand closed around the door handle, and he felt the weight of what came next settle onto his shoulders like a cloak. Inside that shop, a brilliant young man was about to learn the difference between power and wisdom, between confidence and certainty, between being chosen and choosing yourself. And Harry was going to have to teach him, without a wand that whispered easy answers. "Ready?" he asked Teddy and Simmer. They nodded, faces set with determination. Harry opened the door. The bell chimed softly, announcing their arrival, and both men turned. Ollivander's face flooded with relief. Vance's expression shifted through surprise, suspicion, and then settled into something worse, pity. "Mr. Potter," Vance said, his voice warm and confident. "Perfect timing. I was just showing Mr. Ollivander what his fear prevented him from discovering." He lifted the wand slightly, and it seemed to sing, a note just below hearing that made Harry's teeth ache. "This is the future of Wandlore, and I'm going to prove it." The shop felt smaller with all of them in it. Harry, Teddy, Simmer, Ollivander behind his counter like a pale sentinel, and Edmund Vance standing in the center with the prototype wand gleaming in his hand like captured moonlight. "Mr. Vance," Harry said carefully, keeping his voice level and his hands visible, "I'm not here to fight. I just want to talk." Vance's laugh was gentle, almost fond. "Of course you do. You're Harry Potter. You always want to talk, to understand, to give people chances." He turned the wand slowly, watching light play along its silver birch surface. "I respect that. I do. But you're too late for talking. I've already made my choice, and it was the right one." "Was it your choice?" Seymour asked quietly. "Or did the wand choose for you?" Vance's eyes narrowed, but his expression remained patient. The patience of someone explaining simple concepts to a child. "You sound like them. Like all the wandmakers who abandoned this work because they were afraid. Matthias in his mountain village, carving the same traditional pieces year after year. Greta in her cottage, surrounded by failures she won't let go of." He gestured around Ollivander's. Even Mr. Ollivander, brilliant as he is, locking away innovation because one apprentice couldn't handle the responsibility. That apprentice nearly died, Ollivander said softly. His hands rested flat on the counter, steady despite their trembling. The wand made him certain when he should have been cautious, confident when he should have been humble. The magic didn't fail him, Edmund. His judgment did, and the wand destroyed his judgment. Because he was weak, Vance said, and there was no cruelty in his voice, just absolute conviction. Not everyone is suited for accelerated learning. Not everyone can handle the responsibility of power earned quickly, but some can. He pressed his free hand to his chest. I can. I've spent 3 weeks bonded with this wand, Mr. Ollivander. 3 weeks of learning more about Wandlore than I learned in 3 years of traditional study. Look. He gestured with the wand, and the air between them shimmered. Patterns appeared, complex diagrams of magical theory, formulae for core wood resonance, illustrations of how wands learn their wielders. The images hung suspended like frozen smoke, rotating slowly, beautiful and precise. This is what the wand taught me in just 3 weeks, Vance said, his voice carrying quiet pride. Insights that would have taken decades through traditional methods. Understanding of how magical cores interact with different woods, how the bonding process can be optimized, how we could revolutionize wand matching to reduce failures and increase efficiency. Teddy stepped closer to Harry, his hair shifting to uncertain grey. Harry could feel the pull of Vance's certainty. It radiated from him like heat from a forge. This wasn't a dark wizard ranting about power. This was an idealist, genuine in his belief that he'd discovered something revolutionary. That made him more dangerous, not less. Edmund, Harry said, using his first name deliberately, trying to bridge the distance. I believe you've learned real things. I believe the wand has shown you genuine insights. But learning too fast comes with a cost. You skip the failures that teach you caution. You miss the mistakes that build judgment. Inefficiency, Vance countered. That's all failure is, inefficiency. We romanticize struggle because it's familiar, but suffering isn't noble, Mr. Potter. It's just suffering. If we can help young wizards avoid it, accelerate their path to mastery, why wouldn't we? Because mastery without the journey isn't mastery, Seema said, her voice stronger now. It's mimicry. I've been apprenticed to Mr. Ollivander for 3 years, and I'm still learning basic theory. Not because he's a poor teacher, but because Wandlore takes time to understand fully. The wood needs to speak to you through seasons of work. The cores need to reveal their personalities through patient observation. You can't shortcut wisdom. Vance looked at her with something like sympathy. 3 years of basics, Miss Cartree. And in that time, how many wandmakers have gone out of business because they can't train apprentices fast enough? How many wizards have been matched with inferior ones because the traditional methods can't keep pace with demand? He shook his head. I'm not destroying tradition. I'm saving it by making it sustainable. The floating diagrams pulsed with soft light, lending his words an air of authority. Harry noticed Ollivander watching them with an expression of deep pain. This was his former apprentice, someone he'd once tried to teach. You said you came to prove something to Mr. Ollivander, Harry said, changing tactics. What did you want to prove? That the prototype works, Vance said simply. That teaching wands can bond safely with the right wizard. That fear, not danger, is what ended the experiments. He turned to Ollivander. You locked this away 39 years ago because you were afraid. I understand. The previous bonding failed, and you blame the wand. But the wand wasn't flawed. The wizard was. Every wizard is flawed, Edmund, Ollivander said quietly. That's the point. Wands work because they accept our flaws, channel our magic despite our imperfections. A wand that requires perfection from its wielder isn't a tool, it's a trap. Then call me trapped, Vance said, but his smile was confident. I'll gladly spring such a trap if it means advancing our art 50 years in a single generation. He gestured again, and the diagrams shifted, reorganizing into something new, a blueprint for a wand that seemed to combine 3 different woods in a spiraling pattern, with what looked like multiple cores interwoven like braided rope. This, Vance said, his voice rising with excitement, is what the wand helped me design. A new generation of multi-core wands that can adapt to different magical styles, serve different purposes simultaneously. Traditional wandmakers said it was impossible. The cores would fight each other, create instability. But the prototype showed me how to balance them, how to make them harmonize. His eyes shone. I've already created a working model. It functions beautifully. Where is it? Harry asked, though he suspected he knew the answer. Safe, Vance said. Being studied. Soon, I'll demonstrate it publicly. Show the wand-making community what's possible when we stop being afraid of innovation. Seema's voice was very quiet. Edmund, do you remember Martin Greengrass? Vance's expression flickered. Just for a moment, uncertainty crossing his features like a cloud shadow. The failed experiment from 40 years ago. Greta told me about him. Did she tell you he was brilliant? Sama asked. That he was kind and humble and dedicated. That he didn't fail because he was weak, but because the wand convinced him he was beyond failure. That won't happen to me, Vance said, but his voice had lost some of its certainty. I know the risks. I'm being careful. Are you? Harry moved closer, slowly, hands still visible and non-threatening. 3 weeks ago, you were careful enough to use thestral hair to bypass a lock because you knew direct force was wrong. Now you're talking about public demonstrations and restructuring Wandmaker training. The wand is making you bolder, Edmund, making you certain. Can you even feel it happening? For the first time, Vance hesitated. His hand tightened on the wand, and Harry saw it. A flash of light running through the silver birch, a pulse that might have been magical feedback or might have been the wand responding to its wielder's doubt. I'm not... Vance started, then stopped. You don't understand. The things I've learned, they're real, verifiable. Other wand makers will see that once I demonstrate. Let me see the wand, Ollivander said suddenly. Everyone turned to look at the old wandmaker. He hadn't moved from behind his counter, but his pale eyes were fixed on Vance with an intensity Harry had rarely seen. Just for a moment, Edmund, Ollivander continued, his voice soft but compelling. Let me examine the bond, see how it's developed. If it's truly stable, truly safe, I'll know. I created this wand. I know its patterns, its tendencies. Let me verify your certainty with my expertise. Vance's hand closed protectively around the wand. You'll try to take it from me. I'm 87 years old, Edmund. I can barely lift the heavier boxes of wand stock anymore. I couldn't take it from you if I wanted to. Ollivander spread his hands, showing their tremor. I just want to see. Creator's privilege. The shop fell silent, except for the soft tick of a clock somewhere in the back room. Harry held his breath, watching emotions play across Vance's face. Pride, suspicion, longing for approval, fear of judgment. The wand pulsed again, that subliminal hum that seemed to whisper comfort and warning simultaneously. 5 minutes, Vance said finally. You can examine it for 5 minutes, but I stay here, and I stay bonded. I'm not letting it go. That's acceptable, Ollivander said. Vance approached the counter, and Harry saw it clearly now, the way he moved with the wand, never letting it stray far from his body, never allowing it to point away from himself. The bond was deep, deeper than 3 weeks should have created. The wand had accelerated everything, including its own integration into Vance's magic. Ollivander reached out with both hands, not touching the wand, but hovering around it, feeling the air displaced by its magic. His eyes unfocused slightly, that peculiar look Wandmakers got when they were sensing rather than seeing. Remarkable, Ollivander murmured. The integration is profound. I can feel how it's learned you, Edmund, mapped your magical signature, adapted to your casting style, even begun to anticipate your intentions. He circled his hands slowly, tracing invisible patterns. But the flow is wrong. It shouldn't be this unidirectional. What do you mean? Vance asked, and Harry heard genuine curiosity beneath the defensiveness. A healthy wand bond is conversational, Ollivander explained, still not touching the wand itself. The wand learns the wizard, yes, but the wizard also learns the wand, its preferences, its limitations, its personality. There's dialogue, give and take. But this, he frowned, this is a lecture. The wand speaks and you listen, but you're not questioning what it tells you. You're not pushing back, testing its assertions, developing your own theories in opposition. Because it's right, Vance said. Why would I argue with correct information? Because being right isn't the same as being complete, Ollivander said gently. Every piece of knowledge has context, limitations, exceptions. Traditional learning teaches you that through trial and error, you try something the wand suggests, and it fails. So you learn to interpret the wand's guidance with critical thought. But if the wand prevents failure, shows you only successes, you never develop that crucial skepticism. Vance pulled the wand back slightly. You're saying I can't think for myself anymore. I'm saying the wand thinks with you so completely that you can't tell where its thoughts end and yours begin, Ollivander said. That's not partnership, Edmund. That's erosion. The word hung in the air like smoke. Erosion. The slow wearing away of self. So gradual you didn't notice until the foundation was gone. Teddy, who had been silent through all of this, suddenly spoke. Can I try something? Everyone looked at him. His hair had gone the pale silver of birch bark, unconsciously matching the wand, and his eyes were wide, but determined. What is it, Teddy? Harry asked. I'm a metamorphmagus, Teddy said, addressing Vance directly. I can change myself without magic, just by thinking about it. It's easy. I don't have to work for it, or practice, or learn spells. He paused. But my gran says that's exactly why I need to learn regular transfiguration when I get to Hogwarts. Because easy transformation doesn't teach me about the theory, about why things change shape, or what happens at the molecular level, or any of the hard stuff that makes you good instead of just capable. Vance stared at the boy, and something in his expression cracked. Just a hairline fracture, but visible. I could probably go my whole life just using metamorph maker skills, Teddy continued. Never study transfiguration properly, and I'd be able to do some things other wizards couldn't. But I'd miss everything underneath. All the understanding that makes magic make sense. He looked at the wand in Vance's hand. That's what the wand is doing, isn't it? Letting you skip to the end without learning the middle parts. Silence, deep and profound. Vance's hand trembled, just slightly, but Harry saw it. The wand pulsed brighter, that hum growing louder, and Harry realized it was responding to its wielder's doubt, trying to soothe away the uncertainty, whispering reassurance. This was the moment. Harry slipped his hand into his pocket, fingers closing around the vial Greta had given him. Essence of dittany and powdered moonstone. 10 minutes of dampened bond, 10 minutes of clarity. But he didn't pull it out yet, because Vance needed to choose this himself, needed to want the clarity before it would mean anything. Edmund, Harry said softly, when was the last time you weren't sure about something? The last time you felt genuinely uncertain, genuinely at a loss? Vance opened his mouth to answer, then closed it. His brow furrowed. I don't. The wand won't let you feel doubt, Ollivander said gently. That's its greatest danger and its greatest kindness. It takes away the discomfort of not knowing, makes everything clear and simple and certain. He looked at his former apprentice with infinite sadness. But doubt is what keeps us honest, Edmund. Uncertainty is what makes us careful. Without them, we're not wise, we're just convinced. The wand pulsed again, brighter now, almost frantic. And in that brightness, Harry saw something that made his heart sink. A hairline crack running through the silver birch, barely visible, but definitely there. The bond was straining the wand itself, pushing it beyond what even its experimental design could handle. Edmund, Harry said urgently, look at the wood, really look at it. Vance raised the wand to eye level, and his face went pale. That wasn't there this morning. The bond is too intense, Ollivander said. Too fast, too deep. The wand is trying to be everything you need, and it's breaking itself in the effort. And when it breaks, Edmund, it will take part of you with it. For the first time, real fear entered Vance's eyes. The wand dimmed, just slightly, and Harry knew the window was now or never. He pulled out the vial. What is that? Vance's voice was sharp, his grip on the wand tightening as Harry produced the vial. A choice, Harry said, holding the small container up to the lamplight. The liquid inside gleamed pale silver green, swirling with its own subtle luminescence. Essence of dittany and powdered moonstone. Greta Morgenstern gave it to me. It will dampen the bond between you and the wand for about 10 minutes. Not break it, just quiet it. Give you a chance to think without the wand whispering. No. Vance stepped back, the wand now held defensively across his chest. You want to weaken me, make me doubt what I've learned. We want you to hear yourself, Simmer interrupted. Really hear yourself, Edmund. 3 weeks ago, you were careful enough to research in libraries, to ask questions, to weigh risks. Now you're talking about public demonstrations without peer review, teaching methods you haven't tested, wands you've built without long-term safety studies. That's not confidence. That's the wand talking. The prototype pulsed, and this time, Harry clearly heard it. A sound like distant singing, like promises made in a language just below comprehension. The crack in the silver birch seemed to widen slightly, a dark line through luminous wood. "It's hurting you both," Ollivander said quietly. "The wand is trying so hard to be what you need that it's destroying itself. And you're pushing your magic through it so intensely that you're creating feedback loops no human magical core can sustain indefinitely." He gestured to Vance's hands. "Look at your fingers." Vance glanced down. His hands, steady moments before, were trembling, fine vibrations like someone who'd been casting spells for hours without rest. But more than that, the fingertips showed faint silvery traces, as if the wand's birchlight was beginning to mark him physically. "That's magical saturation," Ollivander continued. "The wand is overfeeding your core, giving you more power than your body can process safely. In another week, maybe 2, you'll start experiencing magical burnout, spells misfiring, core destabilization, possibly permanent damage to your casting ability." "You're lying," Vance said, but his voice wavered. "You're trying to scare me into giving it up." "I'm trying to save your life," Ollivander said with sudden force, his pale eyes blazing. "Edmund, you're one of the brightest apprentices I ever taught. You asked questions that made me reconsider theories I'd held for 50 years. You had the potential to be extraordinary, not because of shortcuts, but because you cared deeply about the craft." His voice softened. "I failed you when you worked here. I was too rigid, too dismissive of your ideas for innovation. But this isn't innovation, Edmund. This is suicide dressed up as progress." Vance's face crumpled. Just for a moment, doubt and fear and longing warring across his features. The wand brightened desperately, singing louder, and Harry saw the young man's expression smooth back into certainty as the bond reasserted itself. 10 minutes, Harry said, holding up the vial again. "Just 10 minutes to think clearly. If after that you still want the bond, still believe this is right, we'll leave. No force, no tricks. But give yourself the chance to choose without the wand influencing that choice." "How do I know you won't destroy it while I'm weakened?" Vance demanded. "How do I know this isn't a trap?" "You have my word," Harry said simply. "I'm Harry Potter. I don't break my word." For a long moment, Vance stared at him. The shop held its breath. Even the thousands of wands on the shelves seemed to wait, patient and still. Teddy pressed closer to Harry's side. Seema's hand hovered near her own wand, ready but not threatening. 10 minutes, Vance said finally, his voice barely above a whisper. "But I hold the wand the entire time. You just apply whatever that is, and I keep possession." "Agreed," Harry said. He approached slowly, unstopping the vial as he moved. The scent that emerged was complex. Sharp plant tang of dittany, mineral coolness of moonstone. Something else that might have been starlight, if starlight had a smell. Vance held out his free hand, palm up, trembling visibly now. Harry poured a single drop onto the young man's palm. The effect was immediate and visceral. Vance gasped, his whole body jerking as if he'd been doused with ice water. The wand's light dimmed sharply, its singing cutting off mid-note. The silver traces on Vance's fingertips faded like morning mist. And in his eyes, confusion, sudden and profound, as if waking from a dream he hadn't realized he was having. "What?" Vance stared around the shop, blinking rapidly. "What did I? Was I really?" He looked down at the wand in his hand as if seeing it for the first time. The crack in the wood was clearly visible now, a dark fissure running from handle to tip. "Oh God, what have I done?" "You bonded with a teaching wand," Harry said gently. "It's not your fault, Edmund. The wand was designed to create exactly this kind of certainty, this kind of conviction. You're not weak for falling under its influence. You're human." Vance's breath came in short gasps, his free hand pressed to his chest. I can't feel it anymore. The knowledge, the certainty, it's all muffled, like trying to remember a dream." He looked up at Ollivander with wide, frightened eyes. "Did I really say those things? About public demonstrations, about teaching without testing, about—" He stopped, horror dawning. "The multi-core wand. I built it. I actually built it, and I was going to demonstrate it, even though I haven't done any long-term stability testing. It could have exploded, could have hurt someone, and I was so certain it would work that I didn't even consider—" His knees buckled. Harry caught him, easing him into one of the chairs near the counter. Vance still clutched the wand, but loosely now, as if afraid to hold it too tightly lest it wake from whatever sleep the dampening potion had induced. "Where is the multi-core wand?" Sima asked urgently. "Edmund, where did you build it?" "My workshop," Vance said dully. "An old studio outside London. I rented it 3 months ago when I started researching teaching wands in earnest." He laughed, the sound bitter and broken. "I thought I was being so careful, so methodical, researching properly, following the breadcrumbs from one source to another. But I was already planning to steal it, wasn't I? Already planning to bond with it. The research was just justification." "Where exactly is the studio?" Harry pressed gently. Vance gave an address in rural Hertfordshire, a location Harry vaguely recognized as being near where some of the old wand-making families had kept workshops before moving into Diagon Alley. Remote, private, perfect for experimental work you didn't want observed. "I need to go there," Vance said, trying to stand. His legs wouldn't quite support him, and he sagged back into the chair. "The multi-core wand, if it's unstable, if I made mistakes while under the bond's influence—" "We'll go," Harry said. "All of us. You can show us what you've built, and we'll assess the danger together." He glanced at Ollivander. "Can you contact the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes? Let them know we might need specialists standing by." Ollivander nodded, already moving toward the back room where he kept a flue connection. Harry turned back to Vance, who was staring at the prototype with an expression of mingled longing and revulsion. The wand's light had steadied at a low, dim glow, not dead, but dormant, waiting, patient in a way that was somehow more unnerving than its earlier frantic pulsing. "How long?" Vance asked quietly. "Until the dampening wears off." Harry checked his watch. "About 8 minutes left." "And then it comes back? The certainty, the knowledge, the feeling that everything makes perfect sense?" Vance's voice cracked. "I don't want it back. God help me. Part of me desperately wants it back, but I don't want it back." "That's the bond talking," Sima said, kneeling beside his chair. "The wand created a dependency, Edmund. Made itself necessary to your sense of competence, your magical identity. Breaking that dependency is going to be hard, but it's possible. How?" Vance looked at her with desperate hope. "How do I break it without breaking myself?" "Very carefully," Ollivander said, returning from the back room. "The ministry specialists are on standby. But Edmund, before we go to your studio, You need to understand something. He came around the counter, moving with the careful deliberation of age, and placed both hands on the back of Vance's chair. Separating from the wand will hurt. Magically, emotionally, possibly physically. You'll feel diminished, uncertain, lost. That's normal. That's the wand's influence fading and your natural state reasserting itself. But you must not interpret that feeling as weakness or failure. Do you understand? Vance nodded mutely. What you'll feel is what every witch and wizard feels when they're learning genuinely, Ollivander continued. Doubt, frustration, the slow accumulation of understanding through trial and error. It feels worse after the wand's full certainty, the same way normal light seems dim after staring at the sun. But it's not worse. It's real. Teddy, who had been quiet through all of this, suddenly spoke up. It's like when I first learned to write. I kept changing my fingers into quills because that seemed easier than holding one. But then I couldn't learn proper grip or control, and my writing was rubbish. Gran made me use real quills, and it was hard and frustrating, but now I can actually write properly. Despite everything, Vance smiled slightly. Smart kid. Smart grandmother, Teddy corrected. The dampening potion had perhaps 5 minutes remaining. Harry made a decision. We should go now, he said. Get to the studio while you can still think clearly. See what you've built with clear eyes. Then we can make informed choices about the bond. Vance stood, steadier this time. The prototype wand held carefully in both hands. The flu won't work. The studio has heavy privacy wards. We'll need to apparate, but the coordinates are tricky. I should lead. Side along, Harry said. You're not in any condition to apparate solo. They arranged themselves. Harry with Vance, Seema with Teddy. Ollivander would remain at the shop, coordinating with the ministry and standing ready to provide expertise if needed. As they prepared to leave, the old Wandmaker caught Vance's arm. Edmund, he said quietly, whatever we find at the studio, whatever you've built under the bond's influence, it doesn't define you. You are not your mistakes. You are what you choose to do after recognizing them. Vance's eyes glistened, but he nodded. Then the shop dissolved around them, replaced by the crushing darkness of apparition. They materialized in an overgrown courtyard. The studio stood before them, a long, low building that had once been a barn, converted clumsily into workspace. Windows had been cut into the walls at irregular intervals, and magical light leaked through gaps in the shutters. The whole structure hummed with active spellwork, a sound like bees in summer, industrious and slightly threatening. I warded it heavily, Vance said, moving toward the door. His hands shook, the dampening potion beginning to wear thin. Didn't want interruptions, didn't want anyone questioning what I was doing. He laughed bitterly. The bond made paranoia feel like prudence. The door recognized him and swung open. Inside, the studio was chaos and precision intertwined. One wall held diagrams drawn directly onto the wood in what looked like charcoal and ink. Complex formulae for wand construction, core harmonization, bonding optimization. Another wall displayed tools, carving knives of every size, buffing cloths, pots of resin and oil, bundles of wood in various states of preparation. The air smelled of sawdust and something sharper, ozone, perhaps, from concentrated magic. And on a workbench in the center of the room, illuminated by a circle of floating lights, sat the multi-core wand. It was beautiful and wrong in equal measure. The wood spiraled, 3 different types woven together like rope: ebony dark as night, holly white as bone, and something red that might have been yew or rowan. The cores, visible through gaps in the spiral, were equally complex. What looked like dragon heartstring, braided with phoenix feather, threaded with unicorn hair. The whole thing pulsed with unstable light, colors shifting and bleeding into each other. "Oh no," Seema breathed. "What?" Harry asked, though he could feel the wrongness radiating from the wand, even from across the room. "The woods," Seema said, moving closer but not touching. "Ebony for defense, holly for protection, yew for transformation. They're philosophically opposed. They pull magic in different directions. And the cause," she gestured helplessly. "Dragon heartstring seeks power, phoenix feather seeks sacrifice, unicorn hair seeks purity. You can't braid them together without creating a magical feedback loop that..." The wand pulsed brighter, and a thin crack appeared along one of the spiral grooves. "That destabilizes the structural integrity," Seema finished weakly. Vance stared at his creation with dawning horror. "I built a magical bomb. The bond made me so certain the design would work that I never questioned whether it should work. Never tested the component interactions, never verified the stability assumptions." His voice rose with panic. "How long until it fails completely?" "Hard to say," Seema said, pulling out her own wand and casting diagnostic charms. Colors bloomed around the experimental wand, reds and oranges indicating magical strain, pulsing points showing where the core braid was beginning to fray. "Hours maybe. Could be days if it's not used. But if someone tried to bond with it, tried to channel magic through it..." She looked up, her face pale. "Immediate catastrophic failure. Magical explosion strong enough to level this building and possibly damage the surrounding area." Harry felt cold. "And you were planning to demonstrate it publicly?" "In Diagon Alley," Vance whispered. "During peak shopping hours. I wanted maximum witnesses to the charm revolution in Wandlore." He swayed, and Harry caught him again. "I could have killed dozens of people, hundreds, if the explosion destabilized other wands in nearby shops. And I was certain, so absolutely certain, that it would be safe." The prototype in his hand pulsed once, weakly. The dampening potion was fading. "We need to contain it," Harry said, looking at the multi-core wand. "Get it somewhere safe, seal it properly, maybe destroy it." "I can do it," Vance said. "I built it. I should be the one to..." "No," Seema said firmly. "You're about to lose your dampened clarity, and we don't know how the teaching wand will react to you trying to destroy something it helped you create. Let Harry and me handle this." As if in response to her words, the prototype brightened sharply. The dampening potion had run its course. Vance gasped, his whole body stiffening. The wand's singing returned, louder now, almost frantic, flooding back into the space the potion had created. And in Vance's eyes, Harry saw the certainty beginning to reassert itself, the bond rushing back like a tide reclaiming its shore. "No," Vance said, but he was speaking to the wand, not to them. "No, I don't want this. I don't..." The wand pulsed again, and the crack in its surface widened visibly. This was it, the moment when the bond would either consume Vance completely or break under the strain of his resistance. Teddy stepped forward suddenly, his hair flashing through a dozen colors in quick succession. Fear purple, courage red, determination gold. "Mr. Vance," he said clearly, "you have to choose. The wand can't make you keep it. Only you can do that." Vance looked at the boy, at the prototype pulsing in his hands, at the multi-core bomb he'd created while drunk on certainty. Harry saw the war in his eyes, the desperate need for the wand's comfort warring with the horror of what that comfort had almost cost. Then, with a sound like breaking glass, Edmund Vance made his choice. Edmund Vance's hand trembled as he held the prototype wand over the workbench, suspended above the multi-core monstrosity he'd created. The teaching wand sang desperately, a sound like crystalline bells and distant thunder, promising him everything if he would just hold on, just trust, just let it guide him a little longer. "I can't," Vance whispered, and tears ran down his face. "I can't keep you. I'm not strong enough." "You're strong enough to let go," Harry said quietly. "That's the only strength that matters right now." The wand pulsed brighter, its singing reaching a crescendo. The crack in the silver birch widened further, and Harry realized with a shock that the wand was breaking itself, pushing so much magic, so much desperate bonding energy that its physical form couldn't sustain the strain. "It's going to shatter," Seema said urgently. "Edmund, you need to set it down. Break contact before—" But Vance was already moving. With a sound that was half sob, half shout, he placed the Sa-E prototype wand on the workbench and stepped back, hands raised as if surrendering. The wand's light flared once, brilliant and terrible. Then went dark. The silence that followed was profound. Even the multi-core wand's unstable pulsing seemed to quiet, as if in respect for what had just happened. Vance collapsed to his knees, gasping like a drowning man reaching air, his whole body shaking with the force of separation. "Edmund!" Seema rushed to his side, supporting him as he bent double, retching though nothing came up. "Breathe, just breathe. The worst is passing." "It hurts," Vance managed between gasps. "God, it hurts so much. Like something's been ripped out of my chest, like I'm hollow." "You're not hollow," Harry said, kneeling beside them. "You're just yourself again." The wand was filling spaces that didn't need filling, making you feel complete when you were already whole. Teddy crept closer, his hair shifting to a soft, comforting blue. "Will he be okay?" "Eventually," Harry said, though he kept his eyes on Vance, watching for signs of magical shock or core destabilization. The bond was deep, but it was only 3 weeks old. That's survivable. Painful, but survivable. Slowly, Vance's breathing steadied. His shaking subsided to occasional tremors. When he finally looked up, his eyes were red but clear, genuinely clear, without the wand's artificial certainty or the dampening potion's temporary reprieve. Just Edmund Vance, brilliant and flawed and human. "I can't feel it anymore," he said wonderingly. "The knowledge, the insights, all those revolutionary theories, they're fading like dreams. I can remember that I knew things, but not what the things were or why they seemed so important." He looked at the darkened prototype. "Was any of it real?" "Some of it," Ollivander's voice said from the doorway. They all turned. The old Wandmaker stood there, slightly out of breath from what must have been a difficult apparition, leaning heavily on a walking stick Harry had never seen him use before. 2 Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophe specialists flanked him, already casting diagnostic spells that painted the studio in swirling colors. "Some of what the wand taught you was genuine insight," Ollivander continued, moving carefully into the room. "Teaching wands don't lie, Edmund. They just compress knowledge that should take years into weeks, strip away the context that makes knowledge wisdom, and convince you that understanding a thing is the same as mastering it. He approached the darkened prototype, studying it with a wandmaker's practiced eye. The crack goes through to the core. It pushed too hard, bonded too deeply, and broke itself trying to keep you. Can it be repaired? Vance asked, then immediately shook his head. No, it shouldn't be. It should be destroyed. Before someone else finds it, before someone else makes my mistakes. I agree, Ollivander said gently. But first, we have a more immediate problem. He gestured to the multi-core wand, which the ministry specialists were examining with evident alarm. One of them, a severe woman with grey hair pulled into a tight bun, looked up and met Ollivander's eyes. It's as unstable as you feared, she said. The core braid is unraveling at the molecular level. I'd estimate we have perhaps 2 hours before spontaneous detonation, possibly less if there's any magical interference. She glanced at Vance. You built this? Under the influence of a teaching wand, Harry said quickly before Vance could answer. He had no understanding of the danger. The bond made him certain it was safe. The specialist's expression softened slightly. I see. Well, the bond may have clouded his judgment, but it didn't cloud his skill. This is remarkably sophisticated work, even if it's fundamentally unsound. The weaving technique alone. She caught herself. Not the time. We need to contain this immediately. The second specialist, a younger man with nervous hands, was already conjuring what looked like a crystalline box around the unstable wand. Containment field established. It should suppress the magical feedback and prevent premature detonation. But we need to get this to a proper disposal facility as soon as possible. I'll arrange transport, the woman said, moving toward the door. We'll take it to the department's secure destruction chamber. Controlled environment, magical dampening fields, emergency protocols in place. She paused, looking back at Vance. You'll need to provide full documentation of its construction. Every material, every spell, every modification. For the official report, and to ensure proper disposal procedures. Vance nodded mutely. As the specialists worked, carefully levitating the contained wand and coordinating with their department via Patronus messengers, Harry turned his attention to the prototype. It lay on the workbench, like a fallen bird, still beautiful despite the crack, still radiating a faint sense of potential, even in dormancy. What happens to it? Harry asked Ollivander. It should be destroyed, Ollivander said. Completely and thoroughly, so that not even fragments remain. The knowledge of its creation can stay in my notes, sealed and warded, as a warning to future wandmakers. But the thing itself, he reached out, not quite touching it. It was my greatest achievement and my greatest mistake. Time to let it go. I want to do it, Vance said suddenly. He'd stood, still shaky but determined, and crossed to the workbench. I want to be the one to destroy it. I know I don't deserve that right, but you have every right, Ollivander interrupted gently. You bonded with it. You suffered under its influence. You chose to let it go even though it was breaking you both. If anyone should end this, Edmund, it's you. Vance picked up the prototype with hands that trembled but held steady. The wand didn't react. No light, no singing, no desperate pulse of recognition. It was, for the moment, just wood and feather, beautiful, dangerous, and finished. How? Vance asked. Fire, Ollivander said, Phoenix feather burns clean and complete. The silver birch will resist at first. It's been treated with preservation oils, but sustained flame will consume it eventually. And when it burns, the bond will burn with it. Anything the wand taught you that hasn't already integrated into your natural understanding will fade completely. Good, Vance said firmly. Let it burn. Let it all burn. They moved outside, into the overgrown courtyard where twilight was settling into full darkness. Stars appeared overhead, cold and distant. The ministry specialists departed with their crystalline cargo, leaving behind instructions for the official report and contact information for the follow-up investigation. Seema cleared a space in the courtyard, vanishing weeds and smoothing the dirt into a small, circular pit. Ollivander provided kindling from his pocket, wood shavings from a dozen different wand-making sessions, each one carrying traces of magic from the wands they'd become. Teddy helped stack them carefully, his hair shifting to match the darkening sky. When the pit was ready, Vance placed the prototype at its center. For a moment, he just stood there, looking down at the wand that had promised him everything and nearly destroyed him in the process. Harry saw emotions play across his face: grief, anger, longing, relief, all tangled together in a knot too complex to easily unravel. I wanted to be special, Vance said quietly. That's why I took it. Not to advance Wandlore, not to help other wizards, not for any noble reason. I just wanted to be the one who discovered something revolutionary, who changed everything, who mattered. He laughed bitterly. The bond didn't create that hunger. It just fed it until I couldn't see anything else. Wanting to matter isn't wrong, Harry said. It's human. The wand just convinced you that mattering meant being exceptional instead of being yourself. Vance nodded slowly. Then he drew his own wand, the one he'd carried for years before the prototype, ash and dragon heartstring, 10 inches and slightly springy. It looked ordinary next to the prototype's luminous beauty, but it was his, bonded honestly through years of use, and it responded to his magic with familiar warmth. Incendio, Vance said clearly. Flame bloomed from his wand tip, touching the kindling. The wood shavings caught immediately, each one burning with the characteristic color of its type: oak's warm orange, willow's cool blue, elder's pale gold. The fire grew, fed by magic and old wood, and began to lick at the prototype. The silver birch resisted at first, just as Ollivander had predicted. The preservation oils caused the flames to slide away, seeking easier fuel. But Vance held his wand steady, feeding more magic into the fire, and gradually the prototype began to catch. When it did, it burned with a light that was both beautiful and terrible. The phoenix feather core ignited first, and the flame that rose from it was pure crimson, not the orange-red of normal fire, but the deep scarlet of phoenix plumage. The silver birch followed, burning white and clean, and where the two flames met, they created patterns of light that danced and swirled like living things. The wand sang one last time as it burned, not the desperate certainty of before, but something softer, sadder, like a lullaby for endings. Harry felt tears on his cheeks and wasn't ashamed. This was grief for potential unfulfilled, for roads not taken, for the seductive promise of easy answers burning away into ash. Vance stood motionless, his own wand still extended, watching his mistake and his temptation transform into smoke and light. His face was wet with tears, but his expression was peaceful. The peace that comes from choosing pain over comfort, truth over certainty. The prototype burned for longer than it should have. 10 minutes, 15, 20. The phoenix feather seemed reluctant to release its magic. The birchwood determined to give up every last fragment of itself to the flames. But eventually, inevitably, the fire consumed everything. The light faded. The singing stopped. What remained was a small pile of ash, fine and pale, already beginning to scatter in the evening breeze. "It's done," Ollivander said softly. Vance lowered his wand. His hands no longer trembled. When he looked up, his eyes held a mixture of exhaustion and something like freedom. "What happens now?" he asked. "Now you heal," Ollivander said. "The Ministry will want statements about the theft and the unstable wand. You'll probably face some consequences, restricted wand-making privileges, perhaps probation, possibly a fine." He paused. "But I will testify on your behalf, Edmund. Explain about the teaching wand's influence, the bond's effects on judgment. It won't excuse what you did, but it will provide context." "I don't want excuses," Vance said. "I made choices. The wand influenced me, yes, but I chose to steal it in the first place. I chose to bond with it. I chose to ignore every warning sign because I wanted what it was offering." He looked at the ash pile. "I need to face those choices honestly." "That's wisdom," Ollivander said with approval. "Hard-won, painful wisdom, but real nonetheless. The kind that can't be taught by any wand, only earned through living." He placed a hand on Vance's shoulder. "When you've served whatever consequences the Ministry assigns, if you still want to work with wands, come see me. Not as an apprentice, you're beyond that now, but as a colleague, someone who understands both the craft's beauty and its dangers." Vance's eyes widened. "You'd still work with me after everything I've done." "You made a mistake," Ollivander said simply. "A serious one, but a mistake nonetheless. And you chose to correct it even when that choice hurt you terribly. That's worth more than a lifetime of cautious perfection." They stood together in the courtyard as full darkness settled around them, watching the last traces of ash scatter on the wind. Seema began dismantling Vance's wards around the studio, carefully documenting each one for the Ministry's records. Teddy sat on an overturned bucket, his hair cycling through colors that matched his complex emotions: grief gray, hope yellow, contemplation blue. Harry found himself thinking about all the times he'd been offered shortcuts: the Elder Wand promising mastery, the Resurrection Stone promising reunion, even the simple temptation to use his fame instead of his effort. Every time, the easy path had looked so appealing, so justified, and every time, the harder choice had been the right one. "Thank you," Vance said suddenly, looking at Harry, "for coming after me, for not just destroying the wand while I was still bonded, even though that would have been simpler, for giving me the chance to choose." "Everyone deserves that chance," Harry said. "Even people who've made terrible mistakes, especially people who've made terrible mistakes." They returned to London by Portkey, Ollivander's walking stick, transformed temporarily, landing in the back room of the shop where this had all begun. The space felt peaceful now, the thousands of wands resting quietly in their boxes, each one waiting patiently for its proper match. Ollivander prepared tea, a ritual, Harry realized, a way of grounding them all after the evening's intensity. They sat in the small back room, surrounded by tools and wood and the scent of sawdust, and drank in companionable silence. "I'll need to seal the experimental compartment properly," Ollivander said eventually. "New locks, stronger wards, Perhaps a Fidelius charm with myself as secret keeper. The other prototypes are valuable as historical records, but they need better protection than they've had. I can help with that, Vance offered. I know I have no right to ask, but if there's any way I can contribute to securing what I endangered, there is, Ollivander said. You can document exactly how you bypassed the old logs, every technique, every spell, every bit of theory that allowed you to see through the protections. We'll use that knowledge to build better safeguards. He smiled slightly. Turn your mistake into a lesson. That's always been the best form of restitution. Vance nodded, something like hope lighting his exhausted features. Harry and Teddy left as midnight approached, walking through Diagon Alley toward the apparition point. The street was quiet, shops dark, only the eternal lanterns casting their warm glow across cobblestones. Harry, Teddy asked, his hand small and warm in Harry's. Is Mr. Vance going to be okay? I think so, Harry said. It'll be hard for a while. He'll feel lost, uncertain, like he's forgotten how to do things he used to find easy. But that's just the wand's influence fading. His real skills, the things he learned, honestly, those will still be there. Like how I'll still be able to use metamorph maker stuff even while learning proper transfiguration. Exactly like that, Harry said, squeezing his godson's hand. The shortcuts don't make you better. They just make you fast. Real skill takes time. They apparated home, landing in the quiet garden behind the house, where Andromeda was waiting with hot chocolate and concern. As Teddy recounted the evening's events with dramatic hand gestures and at least 3 hair color changes, Harry found himself thinking about the prototype one's final song, that soft lullaby for endings. Some secrets, Ollivander had said at the beginning, should remain lovingly locked away. And now one more secret had returned to silence, not destroyed in anger or lost to carelessness, but consciously released, burned clean in flames chosen freely. The knowledge remained, carefully documented, ready to warn future Wandmakers away from the same mistakes. But the temptation itself was ash and memory. 3 days later, Harry received an owl from the ministry. Edmund Vance had been given 18 months probation, restricted to non-experimental wand work, with mandatory monthly evaluations by the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes. A fair sentence, Harry thought. Serious enough to acknowledge the danger he'd created, light enough to recognize the teaching wand's influence on his judgment. Along with the official report was a personal note, written in careful script. Mr. Potter, I've begun working with Mr. Ollivander on the new security protocols. The work is slow and sometimes painful. I keep reaching for certainty that isn't there anymore. Insights I can almost remember, but can't quite grasp. But it's honest work, and that makes it worthwhile. Thank you for showing me that strength sometimes means letting go. Respectfully, Edmund Vance Harry folded the note carefully and placed it in his desk drawer, next to letters from other people he'd helped find their way back from the edge of certainty. Colleagues who'd questioned their choices, friends who'd doubted their paths, even his own letters to himself from years past, when he was still learning that being the chosen one didn't mean choosing easily. That evening, he took Teddy to Ollivander's, not for wand shopping, since Teddy was still too young, but just to visit. The old Wandmaker showed them the new experimental compartment, its locks intricate and beautiful, layered with protections that would require not just skill, but wisdom to bypass. The difference being? Teddy asked, studying the runes carved into silver birch. Skill you can learn quickly, Ollivander said. Wisdom requires you to earn it slowly. These locks will open for someone who understands not just how to bypass them, but why they exist. Someone who's patient enough to question whether they should open them at all. In the compartment, the remaining experimental wands rested peacefully. Dangerous questions preserved as warnings. Beautiful mistakes remembered with love. And one space remained empty, lined in midnight blue velvet, holding nothing but air and the memory of a wand that had sung too sweetly and burned too bright. Some mysteries, Harry said quietly, echoing Ollivander's words from weeks ago, are meant to stay gently locked away. Not locked away, Ollivander corrected gently. Protected. There's a difference. We don't hide them from fear. We protect them from haste. He closed the compartment, and the locks engaged with a soft musical click. That's what wisdom is, really, knowing the difference between doors that should stay closed and doors that should open slowly. They left the shop as evening settled over Diagon Alley, the ancient street preparing for another night of patient waiting. Above them, stars appeared one by one, cold, distant, taking their time. And in a pocket of Harry's robes, the small wooden token from Matthias rested cool and silent, no longer needed to track a stolen wand, but kept anyway as a reminder that the most powerful magic isn't the kind that comes quickly, but the kind that grows slowly through patience, through failure, through the humble acknowledgement that some things, the best things, are worth the wait.